The tail cones. We're going dry.
Final sit on. 150, keep an eye at 1 on. 2 on, 4 on.
Oh, a lot of power. Ah, was that in the bot because of the birds? There were a lot of birds in the way then.
Could have been. Got a bit of height on it. aircraft with add-ons, though, to be fair.
No, right, fair
With new
enough.
ones. Latest ones.
They put the tail cones.
The sort of, the idea that we have of it. Indeed, it's absolutely splendid. It's relatively light winds. We shouldn't have any issues with...
Yep, hi everybody. Welcome to yesterday's Duxford Airshow. It was another early start for Corjets. Tech Guru picked me up at about 5:30. Got on site for 9 o'clock in the morning. Quick setup. Airshow started at I think it's about 1 o'clock. But yeah, sit back and enjoy.
Unfortunately, their Dornier Dawn 228 jump aircraft has had to pull out today due to an unserviceability problem, so they're not able to jump, which is a great shame, but hopefully they are sourcing another jump aircraft for tomorrow's show, and they'll be able to take their place on the programme then. So we have put back the start time of today's show until 1 o'clock, but we get underway in the most appropriate fashion really for our Battle of Britain Air show with our Battle of Britain film scenario with the...
Yeah, everybody's in the comments quick. Hi Alan, hi Mal, hi Sally, hi Ed, hi Neil, hi Nigel, hi Julie, hope everybody's keeping well.
One of them is IWM's own aircraft, N3200.
Hi Nick, I wonder if Egg will chime in with some of his really classy jokes a bit later. But yeah, it should be good,
We
yeah.
should say that the Battle of Britain scenario will be accompanied by pyrotechnics, and very loud pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
So prepare yourself to be undoubtedly surprised when they go off.
Yes, talking of very loud, that certainly goes for our second item on the programme today, the F-35B Lightning from number 207 Squadron of RAF Marham, the most up-to-date in Royal Air Force and Royal Navy combat air power. That will be joining us for its new roll demonstration as the second act on the schedule. Not landing here at Duxford, of course, operating from its home base in Norfolk, but nonetheless, the first chance at Duxford to see the new roll demonstration by the F-35B. And then we go back to the early part of World War II and a formation that's the largest combination of Bristol Mercury-engined aeroplanes to have been seen in a British flying display since 1998, and it's a different makeup for those of you who might have been here then and remember the one that was seen back then. Today we've got the Bristol Blenheim from the Aircraft Restoration Company, 2 Westland Lysanders, one of them from ARC, the other from the Shuttleworth
Yeah,
Collection.
hi Bal, yeah, we are in 4K, but 1080p should still make the most of it, mate. You know, I'm trying to future-proof the channel, yeah? So if I can get good bandwidth and stream at 4K on a regular basis, happy days.
Of flying heritage, B-17 Flying Fortress, Sally B, and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights, Avro, Lancaster. They'll be flying together for a few passes. Sally B will do its solo display, as will the Lancaster. Then we're into naval aircraft, 4 aircraft in the same slot, each doing a solo performance. Plain Sailing's Consolidated Catalina amphibious flying boat, Navy Wings Fairy Swordfish, and from the fighter collection, the Hawker Nimrod and the Grumman Wildcat. The workhorse of the Battle of Britain to follow them, 4 Hawker Hurricanes provided by Hurricane Heritage, Fighter Aviation Engineering, and Jennifer Taylor. Then we've got another contribution from today's Royal Air Force with the display.
Yeah, hi Sam, hi Stephen. I think we're going to get a flamey start in a second.
Followed by a pair of light transport and liaison aircraft, 1 Allied, 1 Axis, the Shuttleworth Collections, Avro 19, Anson, and the Messerschmitt Bf-108, or more correctly, NOR 1002. Operated by Anglian Warbirds. Then we've got a combination of Allied Axis trainers. We've got a Piper L4 Cub, Grasshopper, We've got a pair of de Havilland DH-82A Tiger Moths with classic wings. We've got the Mars Magister, owned by David Bramwell. And on the German side, we've got a training aircraft we've not seen the Duxford flying display before, the Focke-Wulf FW-44J Stieglitz, owned by Richard Menage. And also from the Axis side, though not a trainer, it's a liaison aircraft representing the Fiesler Sturm. We have Sam Watford's Slepchev Sturm, a modern-day ultralight representation of the famous wartime liaison aircraft. Some real heavy metal warbirds to follow them, the P-47D Thunderbolt and the Hawker Fury from Fighter Aviation Engineering in a free ship with the fighter collections at Grumman Bearcat. And then one of the stars of the show from the Swedish Air Force historic flight, the Saab B-17A dive bomber, an aircraft that has only ever been seen once in a mainland UK flying display.
Yeah, Dux was definitely not short on the old Warbirds, I'm afraid.
And that'll be displaying for us.
So more the merrier.
10 to 4.
And we shall see all of them flying during the course of the afternoon.
From number 29 Squadron at Coningsby.
Nice to see that
Then
sunlight.
another formation we've not seen before. We had two Beech D-17S stagger wings in formation the year before. We've never had three. Well, all that changes today. We've got the aircraft owned by Peter Kuipers, Geoffrey Lynch and Dick de Ruyter. A pair of P-51D Mustangs to follow that, both Duxford based. We've got Miss Helen from the Aircraft Restoration Company, operated by them, owned by Robert Tyrrell. And we've got the newcomer to the scene this season, Jersey Jerk, the Australian-built Mustang, which is operated and owned by Fighter Aviation Engineering. And then a World War I combination of aircraft that again we've not seen in the skies together over Duxford before. We've got the world's only airworthy original World War I bomber, the historic aircraft collections Airco DH-9. We've got the magnificent reproduction Royal Aircraft Factory BE-2E and Albatross D-5A from the World War I Aviation Heritage Trust. And we've got two of the Duxford favourites from Paul Ford's stable, the replicas of a Royal Aircraft Factory SE-5A and Fokker DR-1 triplane. That display too will be accompanied by pyrotechnics. And then it's into our big wing finale.
Yeah, hi Sam, I must say I woke up confused this morning, so it was a long day yesterday. So it was up at 8 to get the SD cards into the laptop and then start all the editing. Didn't get finished editing till about 11:30, hence the late start, I'm afraid. The stream today will be about just shy of 3 hours, so you know, well, hang on and do press the like and subscribe and tell everybody about the channel. It would be much appreciated. Also, have you checked out the new Corjets logo in the bottom right hand corner, courtesy of our Brian?
As ever, something a bit different in the Spitfire formation, because we welcome back to a Duxford display for the first time since 2001 that beautiful Spitfire 9 serial ML417 that used to be operated by the Fighter Collection. It was sold to the Friedkin family.
Well, they'll taxi back that way, hopefully. Just right if they all go behind it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's very good at all. People want to see the planes.
I think now we're going for the start.
Yeah, I had read that they'd got a car show next day on Sunday in the museum.
Yeah.
Rocket from the Charlotte collection.
All of which came to see it on maps. Yes. That's the only people.
Rocket for the first one. The other probably flies the glide.
Yeah, hi Jonathan. Definitely, it did look a wee bit close, didn't it? Yeah.
I might just forward that.
They're the first of the aircraft going to be getting airborne for our opening scenario, taxiing off down the hard taxiway. Familiar shape to many of you. An aircraft type that was here on maps back in 1968, where large portions of the Battle of Britain movie were filmed from this very aircraft. And with the Hispano-Bouchon taxiing along and the two Mark 1 Spitfires which are going to be joining it in our opening scenario, started up on the flight line. Now seems like the most appropriate time on behalf of Imperial War Museums to welcome you to IWF Duxford's Battle of Britain Airshow 2024. I'm Ben Donnell, and I'll be joined by Colin Wilshire throughout what promises to be one of the most spectacular displays we've put on here for many years.
Yes, I've been looking forward to this for quite a long time, I must say. And we've already said how the weather today is reminiscent of that summer of 1940. Something else I think is worth taking into account is that what we know now is quite different to what we knew then. And by that, I mean that the feared invasion of England by Germany was a very real thing. Today we talk about, of course we had the largest navy in the world, we had ultra secret, you know what was going on, and all of that kind of thing. At the time, we didn't know all that stuff, did we? We didn't know how likely it was that the Germans would attempt to cross the English Channel, which they could have only done if they had air superiority, which is what the Battle of Britain was all about, denying them the air superiority.
Exactly, and in that, RAF Fighter Command airfields...
Oh yeah, weaving down the taxiways, pal. Yeah, well, there's that big old engine right in the front. There's practically zero visibility forwards when the tail's down. So they just keep doing flaming turns, make sure they're heading in the right direction. Oh, hi Demick, how are we doing, mate? Oh yeah. Hi Julie. That SAR dive bomber was massive. That does get that flies near the end of the video.
That represents what the operation would have been like in 1940, and it demonstrates that idea of the sector station, the airfield that not only had fighters based on its turf, but which controlled fighters across the group's area.
Indeed, and the incorporation of radar and the observer corps within that whole game plan was absolutely crucial. We talk about how lucky we were to have radar, as if the Germans didn't have radar. The secret was that we had worked out how to use radar with that fully integrated defence system.
And there, rolling, is the Hispano HA-1112 M1L Bouchon. Hitler turned his forces' attention to Britain, and the German High Command prepared what...
Oh, hi Val, I'm just doing a voiceover on the stream itself, mate.
Operation Sea Lion to us. For the Luftwaffe, one of the primary objectives was to knock out the Royal Air Force, whether in the air or on the ground. But that it ultimately failed to do so was not a matter of luck, nor was it a matter of chance. We'll be, over the course of the display, reflecting on various aspects of how that came to pass, various aspects of the story of the Battle of Britain and Duxford's place within it. Duxford's place in 1968 was as a long disused former Royal Air Force station. It had been closed to active frontline flying for 7 years and had fallen into considerable disrepair, but in full memory of its former days, in the summer of 1968, when the filming of Battle of Britain took place. One of the reasons it ran quite considerably over budget come the end.
Yeah, hi Julie. Yeah, I'm assuming that the German fighters would have done strafing ones and ground attacks as well as the air-to-air.
Confederate Air Force as it was then in Texas RAF pilots who were attached to the filming also converted in the summer of 1968. IWM Spitfire 1A to return and land. Meantime, most of the aircraft in our Bristol Mercury formation
And unfortunately thought that we had to cut short the display because of the amount of music on in the background, I'm afraid, but they were all done safe and well. Nobody really got shot down.
Should be leading the big wing at the end of the show today. Chief pilot of the aircraft restoration company, John Gowdy, finishing off our Battle of Britain film scenarios.
Plastic room.
Hi Haley, glad you've enjoyed the stream.
Next is 3 items in 35B, I believe, yeah?
Whether we've had this year.
Yeah.
Right, for the next display it is the F-35B, I believe.
And they're about to roll. We're going to see the Bristol Blenheim, 2 Westland Lysanders, and for the moment, a solitary Gloucester Gladiator getting airborne. Will be back with us in 1 slot's time.
Just a little bit of F-35B info for everybody there.
Yeah, that's faith, hope, and
But as they head off to form up, it's now to the cutting edge of British combat air power that we turn for our next item. An aircraft that's seen as much more than just a combat aircraft, because its sensors and communications suite is able to interact with other networked platforms across all domains. It's intended that in future these aeroplanes will be able to operate as part of a team with uncrewed platforms. What a contrast from how things were in 1940 during the events that we commemorate this weekend.
Yeah, Warbirds are big. Marvin, yeah. Got him? Good lad.
No, it's Warbirds.
Is it? Yeah.
Up there.
And you can see the aircraft now running in from our right. It comes to us from the Lightning Force based at RAF Marham in Norfolk, specifically from number 207 Squadron, and it's the Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning. The US Navy's C model, the carrier variant. It was back in 2015 that the intention to buy 148 Lightnings for use by both the RAF and the Royal Navy was confirmed, with their main operating base to be at Marham. You see the aircraft now coming back in towards display centre. Yes, as I was saying, we saw the under-fuselage weapons bay doors open there, but we're shortly to see a demonstration of what's really at the heart of the B model Lightning, which is the Rolls-Royce lift system. Fully 29,000 shaft horsepower are transferred from the main Pratt & Whitney F135 engine to the lift fan via a drive shaft and a clutch, and a thrust vectoring nozzle at the rear moves to provide
Time for a bit of slow aerodynamic flight. Check out the Elevons.
And each wing contains a roll post nozzle for roll control and to maintain electric stability. 1,200 feet. Number 617 Squadron, the famous Dam Busters, of course, which became the first frontline in 2019, and the latest operational squadron on time is the first Royal Navy Squadron, 809 Naval Air Squadron, which reformed in December of last year. Squadrons and Fleet Air Arm pilots assigned to the RAF. The F-35B, as far as its carrier operations with the Royal Navy are concerned, began trial HMS Elizabeth in 2018-19. Operation Aircraft 617 Squadron worked from the ship for the first time in June 2020, making their first carrier squadron deployment the following year. Now it's
Sorry? Oh, this is very true.
Thanks, Izzy, for the top information. Unfortunately, I'm on my own today. The tech guru is otherwise engaged, and he has got the Airshow manual. But there we go. We shall carry on regardless. And yeah, as long as everybody's enjoying the stream, happy days.
In RAF service, nearly 1,100 of them, when war broke out against Germany on the 3rd of September 1939 than any other single aircraft type. And that, of course, was across various roles, because although it had originally been conceived as military form for the RAF as an model, this is the development of a private venture high-speed transport built by Bristol for Lord Rothermere, the owner of the Daily Mail. Essentially was seen in the Blenheim as being a long-range fighter. It's that configuration this aircraft is
Hi, welcome aboard, Gerard.
Was, of course,
Good to have you
famously
aboard, mate.
Blenheims that took part in
Yeah,
some of
the Harrier.
RAF's earliest
I do have a
actions
soft
of
spot for the
World War
Harrier.
II.
It was
It was a Blenheim number
oh,
139
it was
squadron from
proper
Whitby,
piece of kit,
far
yeah.
from here, close to Huntingdon.
I am warming to the
First
35B,
aircraft over flying
but
Germany
it does seem like it
started
may be a little fragile regarding that fan unit. But hopefully got on top of it and see how it develops in the coming years.
The following day, the 4th of September 1939, Blenheims was 107 and 110 squadrons flying from Wattisham in Suffolk carried out the first raid of hostilities by RAF Bomber Command, attacking the German fleet in port at Wilhelmshaven and suffering serious losses in the process. All theatres in which these aircraft operated, their crews fought on heroically, both by day and, when the type started being used in the night fighter role, by night. Blenheim 1Fs like this were briefly based here at Duxford in the early part of World War II with number 222 Squadron, which was reformed here in October 1939 and flew patrols to protect Channel shipping. It converted to Spitfires in the spring of 1940. Well, this was an aircraft also developed as a private venture, but which the RAF took on due to delays in the new monoplane fighter programs, which went on, of course, to produce the likes of the Hurricane and the Spitfire. Again, it was an aircraft somewhat out of time. The first RAF fighter to be coming into service with an import. Sanders prepare to run in. The B-17 is going to be getting airborne underneath. And here come the two Lysanders in from the right. The Gladiator, most famous perhaps in the public consciousness for its efforts in Malta, the Royal Navy's Hellfire fighter flight of Sea Gladiators. Or perhaps the exploits of RAF and Norwegian Army Air Service Gladiators during the Norwegian campaign in 1940, but they were active during the Battle of Britain as well. Number 247 Squadron flew them from Warbird to defend southwest of the UK, and in particular the naval dockyards at Plymouth. 804 Squadron, the Fleet Air Arm, flew Sea Gladiators from Haxton in Orkney throughout the Battle of Britain in defence of the naval facilities at Scarborough. Flown by unofficial station defence flights at various RAF airfields around the country. But taking centre stage now, the two Lysanders, designed as the first monoplane to equip Army Cooperation Command, came into service with the RAF in 1938. deployed in quite significant numbers to France to perform artillery spotting and reconnaissance duties. When they came up against the enemy in 1940, once again, losses were great.
Yeah, is the picture still good and the sound quality okay? Just say this is never streamed from such a long video before, so we shall yeah, so keep me posted.
Launchers or other craft to hopefully pick up. It didn't prove especially successful. Lysander were carrying out many, frankly rather boring for their crews, patrols of the potential invasion areas along the south coast of England.
Oh, excellent, everything good, yeah, thanks Belle, thanks Izzy, yeah, thanks Sally, that's great news, is that, thank you.
Later in life, he was on the 268 squadron, Lysander stationed at Westfleet. I talked to him about this a few years before he died, and Ken said the only job we were doing was taking off before dawn, flying around the coast over the sea and rattling out on the Morse every 10 minutes, NMS, no land at sea. We fully expected that we'd go to see the invasion into
Yeah, thanks for the feedback, Izzy. Much appreciated. Oh yeah, we've got 181 viewers. I think I just put people off, but only 89 likes. So if we think we were there, you know, do press the like button. It's much appreciated. YouTube may know that I then exist.
Aircraft were fitted with an underslung long-range fuel tank and an access ladder on the side of the fuselage, and that's the configuration in which the black Lysander was fitted out. The Shuttleworth collection, the one behind it, is from the Aircraft Restoration Company, and it's the only airworthy British-built Lysander. Others like the Shuttleworth collection, one leading it, and still flying today, are all Canadian-built examples. They're coming in their last class.
Have you been reaping havoc, Izzy? Well done, well done. Yeah, no problem at all, Peter. Welcome aboard, mate. You know, we're a bit into the video now. We're 57 minutes in. It should be available straight away, so you can go replay. Yeah, we had the F-35B as the second act, and yeah, it was a very good display. You know, definitely not one to be missed. So yeah, do catch up later on and enjoy it all over again.
Lysander's now positioning to land, following in the Blenheim from the Aircraft Restoration Company, the world's only airworthy example, which was flown by the ARC's Managing Director, John Romain, and the Gladiator from the Shuttleworth collection.
Yeah, sorry about the lad in the yellow top with a lot of hair. He does feature quite a bit, but I do edit most of it out.
Right-hand end of the airfield, over the American Air Museum, the stirring sight, the Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress Sally B and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Avro Lancaster. Sound as well as what a sight. 4 Wright Cyclones on the B-17, 4 Rolls-Royce Merlins on the Lancaster, and what a tribute to both of those operations that keep these aircraft flying, that we're able to see them together. And we're now going to see that much loved American...
Hi Triker Jim, glad you're enjoying the stream, mate. Come on, everybody who's watching, if you haven't pressed the like button, don't be afraid. I think we're doing a reasonable job, so don't be afraid to like.
This B-17 was built in 1945 by the Lockheed Vega plant at Burbank, California, and it was delivered to the US Army Air Forces June that year. They used it, they and the subsequent US Air Force, when it became an independent service, as a trainer and test aircraft until 1954, when it was sold to France's Institut Géographique National as a long-range mapping and survey platform. It stayed in service with the IGN in France until the mid-1970s, when it was bought by a company called Euroworld and arrived in the UK in 1975. It very rapidly took up residence
Hi,
here
Striker
at
Jim.
Duxford,
It's,
and
yeah,
it's been
the
based
Spits. No,
here
we've got a
in the
big
operational
wing
B-17
going up at the end of the show,
ever
mate,
since.
so hang
Very
about.
sadly, the early mastermind behind the aircraft's acquisition and operation, Ted White, was to lose his life in an aircraft accident in the early 1980s. But Ellie Sallingbow took up the cudgels and has operated the aircraft ever since. And it operates very specifically as a flying memorial to all the US airmen who were killed in the European theatre between 1942 and 45. The 8th Air Force flying B-17s and B-24s indeed from bases in East Anglia suffered almost half of the US Army Air Force's casualties of the entire war. While the survivability of the 8th Air Force's heavy bomber operations was improved significantly when the long-range escort fighters like the P-47 Thunderbolts and P-51 Mustangs we're going to see later in the show came along, also operated by 8th Air Force units. Conditions for B-17 and B-24 crews were still exceptionally tough.
Yeah, hi Egg. I'm sure there was a Dakota a bit later on, mate. I don't think you missed it.
And as we very much hope will carry on doing, thanks to that sort of support for many years to come. Next year, as I say, a big year for this aeroplane. Its 50th anniversary year on the airshow circuit, and of course next year is also the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, and no doubt Sally B will take part in many of those commemorations, as it has done now for nearly half a century. Don't forget, the crews of these aircraft and the B-24s were flying missions by daylight over occupied Europe against the threat of flak and enemy fighters. And even though the B-17 was a legendarily tough aeroplane, I'm sure many of you have seen some of the pictures of the states in which some flying fortresses managed somehow to limp back to the English coast and land. Nonetheless, their losses were very high indeed. Those crews had little in the way of armour plating to protect them or personal protective equipment to wear, and they were flying at altitude in the cold with those ever-present dangers.
difficult at this distance to really imagine what it must have been like in these parts during the latter part of the Second World War, when hundreds of these aircraft operated from
Hey up,
bases
Martin. Hope you're keeping well, mate.
East Anglia, crisscrossing the skies in enormous formations. But thanks to this aeroplane, Sally B, we're provided with something of a reflection on that period of World War II in the European theatre.
Hi Ron, glad to have you aboard, mate.
What a lovely formation, what a lovely solo display that was. Sally B then, the B-17G Flying Fortress, into land in the hands of Captain Peter Kuipers and First Officer and Chief Engineer Darryl Taplin. Don't forget, incidentally, the Sally B stand with the flags flying in front of where the aircraft will be parking up remains open for the rest of the day, so you can join the supporters club here today. Become one of its many thousands of members worldwide.
And if I can just interrupt for a second, we have a report of a vehicle parked by one of the hangars with the engine running. We're told this vehicle is owned by Fanny the Lebre. If that's your vehicle, then please do go and...
Ah, hi Ron. Yeah, we're at Duxford Airfield, which is about 90 miles north of London.
the other day, isn't it? That's a great thing with it, though. It's video all the time and it's flying around, yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, hang on, Izzy. I think Black Pudding, was that not Lancashire? Although I think we have imported it. Sorry, it was Saturday the 14th. Sorry about that, people.
Dad, you're on my side.
been a difficult year for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, with the loss earlier in the season of Squadron Leader Mark Long in a Spitfire accident. And I think it's added an extra degree of poignancy to the appearances that they've made in the second half of the year with the Avro Lancaster that we've just seen there. In the hands today of the BBMF bomber leader, Seb Davey, the Lancaster. Now to matters maritime.
In the Battle of the Atlantic. It's often misunderstood that submarines, most of their attacks were actually on the surface. That's why the radar particularly was so effective.
Underneath, taking off the Grumman FM2 Wildcat. In this little combine, the Fairy Swordfish one.
Hang on, Bal, can you actually see me, mate? This is quite disturbing, mate. It's disturbing, but I'll get dried off in a few minutes and get back on the chat proper.
During 1941, and it was that May that they had their first major success with RAF Coastal Command as part of the hunt for the German battleship Bismarck.
You can see the main fuselage. This is a large spherical
Yes, there was.
Yeah, now, Kath, that's just cruel, is that? You can't set Sally onto the viewership, you know, just because they haven't pressed the like button because they're finding the 4K quality isn't quite good enough. But we can only try.
It was a Catalina station at Loch Earn in Northern Ireland that managed to locate it off the French port of Brest, and that and another Catalina shadowed it in spite of receiving fire from the ship's guns until naval vessels were back in the vicinity, which is where the Swordfish, which we'll come on to, enters the story. We're talking about the U-boats, Colin. The last U-boat sinking of the whole of the Battle of the Atlantic by a Catalina was on the 7th of May 1945, just the day before VE Day. So the wingtip floats have come down here.
The Atlantic was the longest. U-boats were operating throughout, and it was only at the very end when the Kriegsmarine actually gave up their arms, and all of those U-boats that were still active, many of them of course that didn't survive at all. It was a very dangerous preoccupation to be a U-boat, be aboard a U-boat during the Second World War. This aircraft of course was used widely for air-sea rescue. And in fact, this carries the artwork for this pickup, the original Miss Pickup based out of Halesworth in Suffolk.
Yes, finally, pretty close to the end of the war, the US Army Air Forces in Britain got their hands on a few Catalinas, which they called OA-10As, and used them for air-sea rescue purposes with the examples, and the aircraft was named Miss Pickup. The original Miss Pickup was one of them, from the 5th Emergency Rescue Squadron. This aircraft operated by Plain Sailing from Duxford, owned by a group of shareholders, and they're having a shareholders' day in October. There's an advert for it in the programme for this show. So if you're interested in becoming part of the group, you don't have to be a pilot, you just have to have an enthusiasm for the Catalina,
Had a fairly large wallet,
yes, indeed. Then it's a very good opportunity. The aircraft now with the tricycle undercarriage down on the final approach. It's had a very busy year, including a trip up to the north of Scotland to commemorate the oldest surviving Victoria Cross recipient, Flying Officer John Cruikshank, Catalina captain with number 210 Squadron of RAF Coastal Command, now aged 103, and the aircraft will only go over 5 its home. Flying the Catalina for us today, in the captain's seat, Phil Pettit, and in the co-pilot seat, Jeff Boyling. Rather appropriate stablemate in this slot now in the overhead. The ferry Swordfish 1 from the Navy Wings Heritage Flight at RNAS Yeomanton in Somerset. Now here is an aircraft that really was obsolete by the time World War II broke out. This torpedo spotter reconnaissance biplane with a 750 horsepower Bristol Pegasus radial engine. Characteristics were very good, even when it was operating from heaving aircraft carrier decks in open seas. We could see something of its manoeuvrability being demonstrated during this display. 13 squadrons of Swordfish were operational within the Fleet Air Arm on the outbreak of war. Really, the Royal Navy should never have gone to war with such an outdated aeroplane as this in a leading role. It illustrates some of the complacency that had gone on during the 1930s when it came to military procurement and future threats. This is an aircraft that has a cruise speed of just 90 knots, 104 miles an hour. If it's lightly laden, that goes down to 82 knots or 94 miles an hour with the torpedo overslung. But the issue was, and this came to pilots during the attacks on Bismarck, was that the Swordfish flew so slowly that the Bismarck's flak guns found it difficult to track them. Surprising drawback, I think, in terms of the equipment on the Bismarck, and it was rectified later on ships like the Tirpitz. Crucially also, Swordfish crews were very well trained in torpedo delivery. They practiced for this endlessly, as well as, of course, the aircraft being very stable and controllable in all weathers and at night.
Operations of the Swordfish was, of course, the attack on the...
Hi Richard, welcome aboard mate.
Toronto.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Which, in fact, was the basis of the plans for the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, 21 Swordfish off HMS Illustrious effectively knocked the Italian fleet out of the war.
And the success of that operation, as I was saying, was the inspiration for the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Lots of those battleships were actually sunk by torpedoes.
It was extraordinarily basic. They had no properly accurate torpedo sight to calculate the layoff that
that they needed to, as it were, aim the torpedo when they were attacking a moving target. Instead, what they had was a row of flashlight bulbs mounted on a bar level with the pilot's eye line, and the distance between two of those bulbs represented 5 knots of speed at 1,000 yards of range. But there was no way of assessing the range from the target other than the pilot's experience, which was gained from all the practice they thankfully undertook. The most famous action, I think, of all for the Swordfish was the sinking of the Bismarck. Swordfish actually hit it twice. The first time aircraft of HMS Victorious achieved one torpedo strike. That allowed HMS Ark Royal to get into range, and 3 squadrons of Swordfish from Ark Royal then achieved 3 hits. One of them damaged the Bismarck's rudder, basically stopped it from manoeuvring, and allowed the home fleet to sink it with guns. The Swordfish went on to have a key role in protecting the Atlantic and Arctic supply convoys. They sank 21 U-boats during wartime, mainly on the Arctic convoy escorts to North Russia. The last one wasn't built until August 1944. Most of them, including this one, were not by Fairey, its original design and manufacturer, but by Blackburn, and they were still active in active shipping efforts in Norway as late as The Swordfish has had invasion strikes applied to it by the Navy Wings. Heritage Flight this year to commemorate the role of the Fleet Air Arm on D-Day in 1944, operations in which Swordfish themselves were used, laying smoke screens to protect Channel convoys, flying anti-U-boat and U-boat patrols. It's been wonderful to see this aircraft performing so regularly and so well on the circuit this year in the hands of Navy Wings, and the crew today for a lovely display headed by Mark Jameson. With this show, because this was the only Air Arm of the Royal Navy as the Margaret, and 804 Squadron was based in the Orkney Islands with Gladiators when in October 1940, just a few weeks before the event, they took delivery of these Their role was to protect the fleet anchorage at Scapa Flow. It was only after the end of the Battle of Britain, in fact on Christmas Day 1940, the type scored its first aerial victory, and it was a Fleet Air Arm Marklet that shot down a Ucals U-88 over Scapa Flow. The following year, these aircraft began to take a very active part in the Battle of the Atlantic, taking on the much feared Luftwaffe Focke-Wulf Condor maritime strike aircraft while flying from the Royal Navy's escort carriers. US Navy fighter at the start of the Pacific War, where only one carrier-borne US Navy unit was fully equipped with them at the time of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Being developed throughout the war, and this is really one of the ultimate custom-built variants, the FM2, built by the Eastern Aircraft Division of General Motors, quite a bit more powerful than the variants that had gone before, and it continued the Wildcat's success later in the war as American forces advanced through the Pacific. Four of them getting airborne.
Hi Pat, glad you're on the channel. I think you've got the wrong channel there, mate, but there you go.
demonstrated with tremendous brio by Frenchman Patrice Marchasson.
going to find the steer procedure, or are we going round the back of the again?
You'll make it.
We're going round the back.
Yeah.
Alright, yes.
The thing is that there were actually bottles on the loose, like sauce bottles and bottle bits of
good, isn't it?
Yeah, bye, Izzy, catch you next stream. watching us, watching them. That will be a prime spot to video from. We won't get anybody in the way. So if anybody wants a bit of Corvettes from the middle of Duxford Airfield, let Duxford know.
to at almost 200 miles an hour is the Chiefs display pilot, Flight Lieutenant Bob Hughes. Bob will push negative 2G to level the aircraft upside down for the inverted pass. This is Bob's first year with the tutor display, and he's flying cruising at base 300 feet. The next two manoeuvres are the wing over and the ballistic roll, which Bob can use to gain energy for the next part of the sequence. The ballistic rolls are flown towards you in an off-crowd wind and away from you in an on-crowd wind.
Yeah.
When not displaying, Bob's qualified flying instructor on 115 squadron based at Harrier Ridge. he trains the future generation of Royal Air Force pilots, as well as converting frontline pilots into qualified flying instructors. During his very career, Bob has massed over 8,000 hours on 15 different aircraft types. This represents almost a full year in the air. After completing this half Cuban, Bob will enter the slow roll. Get your cameras ready for some great angles. Throughout the slow roll, Bob will skillfully coordinate elevator, rudder and aileron inputs to keep the lift vector pointing upwards. This prevents him from the 2,000 top speed of 212 miles per hour, which is 185 knots, and can achieve maximum positive 6G, meaning that the pilot is subjected to forces 6 times stronger than gravity. Next we have another wing over, a combined pitching and rolling manoeuvre, used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You'll notice that every wing over is slightly different, as Bob carefully selects his flight path to cater to differing wind conditions and aircraft energy states. Bob now rolls 90 degrees, while pointing straight up, before completing a stall turn at almost 0 airspeed. The two 90-degree turns allow Bob to continue in the same direction. The tutor is operated by a number 6 flight training school in partnership with International Group, primarily flying university air squadron students and RAF air cadets. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer flights to up to 20,000 cadets each year, and this could be you if you are between 12 and 17 years old. Unlike the last full turn, this one is flown conventionally, exiting in the opposite direction to the entry. In the next manoeuvre, the 4-point roll, Bob delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon while flying at 90 degrees angle bank. You may have noticed the heart on the middle of the aircraft. This is from the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, seen since 2022 to celebrate this fantastic charity. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets and veterans whenever they're in need, and we're very proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. You can visit our tent website or view our tutor display leaflets to access a QR code if you'd like to donate to the Benevolent Fund today. For those of you that are considering going to university, University is one across the UK, where students can learn to fly the tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors. The University Air Squadrons also provide a huge opportunity for personal development, as well as a wide variety of bench training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. We're now in the high entry section of the display, with the return of Roman and now the loop, which is the quintessential aerobatic manoeuvre. As he pulls up and over, Bob is subjected to 5G and aims to pitch the aircraft around the bottom racer in the sky. Today the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions, and has an exciting future ahead of it with the continued development of our combat and maritime patrol aircraft and UK Space Command. These will soon be joined by the introduction of our airborne early warning aircraft, the E-7 Wedgetail, and new remotely piloted capabilities with the Mustang. With aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. Bob now enters the final section of the display with another ballistic roll and half horizontal. I'd like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Squadron Prints and Babcock, who provide much merchandise we're giving out to our staff this season. If you look carefully, you should be able to see him waving, so please give him a big wave back, he will be able to see you. A big thank you to Duxford for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2024 Royal Air Force Shooter Display.
coming in.
Well, thank you very much there to Isabel Woods from the tutor display of the next slot. We've got the Piper L4 Cub with the Slepchevstor. Then we've got today and the FW44J Stieglitz, an aircraft we've never had in the Duxford flying programme before. And then you barely need me to tell you what the last two are. Particularly if you're watching up from the western end of the airfield. Come over here from 22 Squadron at Watership, when the Sea King Search and Rescue helicopters were still operating from there, and gave SAR demonstrations here on several occasions, so very nice to welcome him back. Now he's enjoying being back here as well. Now though, we've got, in advance of those trainers coming back, a bit of an odd couple. There is the 108. In its own right, a remarkable little aeroplane. It was developed by Willy Messerschmitt and his team in the 1930s as a sporting touring aircraft. The German Air Ministry wanted to compete well in the 1924 Warbirds. Terms of its model construction, its lightweight, and indeed its means of construction and several design features helped inform the development which was going on partly in parallel of the Bf-109 fighter which first flew in 1935. They performed splendidly in 1930s air rallies. It was the fastest aircraft in its class by some margin. When war broke out, the Luftwaffe started using them as communications aircraft, and for a certain degree of conversion training for Bf-109 pilots. They also undertook some rather more warlike activities. In January 1940, it was a Bf-108 that was involved in the so-called Mechelen incident. One of them force-landed in Mechelen in Belgium, which hadn't yet been occupied by the Germans, carrying 2 German officers, one of whom was carrying secret plans for the coming invasion of the Low Countries.
very flares when they crossed the coast to indicate they had no hostile intentions. They then carried on flying to Royal Naval Air Station 4, being fired at en route by de Havilland Mosquito and some Hawker Typhoons, but they weren't hit. Even so, the pilot decided to force land, so frightened was he by all of these RAF intentions, without the undercarriage properly locked down. The aircraft was badly damaged in so doing, and the pilot, Unteroffizier Johnny Zuppinger, was hurt so badly he actually died from his injuries. A few hours later, the passenger, Unteroffizier Victor Packer, suffered only a minor injury. Since 2000, it's regularly been used by Shoot Aviation, who are a major provider of aviation sets and aeroplanes for film and TV, and it was on the BBC series SAS Rogue Heroes a few years ago. When we think of 108s on the airshow circuit, I'm sure those of you who are air veterans particularly remember the now sadly late Lindsay Walton flying his 108 as the baddie at countless air shows over the years, and he must have been the most shot down man in British air show history, I should think. Service with the RAF, because 3 of them were impressed, as with lots of other war civil aircraft, into RAF service after war broke out. One of them had been operated by the German embassy in London, but was left at the point began. So they called it the old one, and they flew them on communications duties, and I should imagine it was a better performer even then than pretty much any equivalent British aeroplane that they could have procured for that purpose.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah.
A lot of 108s, like the one we just seen, were built post-war in France by
How far left, mate? Oh, we got it, we got it.
Of the line. And here, over the motorway, there's a sound that was so common near many RAF airfields in the late 1930s. 2 Armstrong 72 horsepower engines, 420 horsepower each. This is actually, strictly speaking, an Avro 19 post-war civilian development of the military ANSI. It appears in the colours of an RAF Coningsby station flight and seen from the early 1960s. situation. 3 of its aircraft were up on the 1st of June 1940, led by pilot officer
Yeah, welcome aboard, Sam. You will definitely fit in well here on the stream.
They were used as pilots, as trainers. They were trainers. Use whether those would be found up front or in the back. Particularly in Canada, the British Commonwealth Air Training Plans were built in Canada as well as in the UK. Very adaptable, versatile aircraft. First flown back in 1935 and was retired by the RAF until 1968. That's quite a short service span in comparison with some types you think of, like the Hercules or the B-52. But at the time it was very long indeed. A very popular aeroplane and aircraft that appears in a great many flying logbooks of World War II veterans. This one was, as I say, a civilian aircraft, in fact a prototype of the 19 Series 2 model. Many years it was owned by British Aerospace, later BAE Systems, and it was part of their heritage flight until early 2022, when along with the other 2 BAE-owned airworthy historic aircraft, their DH-16 model, the Blackburn B2, ownership was passed to the Shuttleworth collection at Old Warden, who'd already been operating on behalf of BAE for many years. Well, this may be a wartime configuration, early Mark 1. The airspace building at the motorway in the airfield here at part of the RAF Duxford permanent collection. Being very gently touched down on the grass runway there, the Avro 19 Ansons flown by Dodge Bailey. Now look out over the motorway, and here comes these gagons of lighter aeroplanes that we've rather specialised in the early part of World War II, but here we've got a later liaison aircraft with the Slepchev Stork representing the Wiesler Stork. Then we've got the Miles Magister and the Focke-Wulf Stieglitz, and then bringing up the rear, the Tiger Moths.
Yes, that's right. And there's something about training aircraft. They are too easy to fly because you can you have to have an aeroplane that's got a bit of a bite to it. That's certainly true of the Tiger Moss at the rear there. You have to keep the alert to everything when you're flying a Tiger Moss.
Not just when you're flying, but on the ground as well.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, it's often said that the Tiger Moss is harder to manage on the ground. Yes. When we look at the Tiger Moth in particular, you've got to think about the Battle of Britain and all of those pilots.
Yes.
Their initial training was on aircraft like these.
Yeah, and the Manchester as well.
Yeah, and then moving up to the Harvard later on. And must be quite a leap because of the speed of the aircraft.
Learning to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now the two aircraft that have taken up a low orbit in front of us, the Piper L4 Cub, as I said, the Slepcher Storm, giving us a short reenactment of the last dogfight on the Western Front, as often been known in World War II. A very late war between the carried on board the two aircraft which saw the Storm being forced landed. J3 Cubs, production rate to meet that other demand of 1 in 20 minutes. In the 1930s, it's an idea for developing an aircraft for the masses. The earliest ones had just a 40 horsepower engine, and those Piper J3s sold for just $1,000.
Got an overfill of oil.
65 horsepower engine, and it depicts the L4s used for liaison purposes by the US Army. Particularly remembered them this year when the 80th anniversary year of D-Day, we finally been flying if we're here at our Airshow in June, our summer airshow. Because they were used significant numbers by US Army units as artillery. Storm, represented by the Slepcher Storm here. Very effective observation aircraft, known for its incredible short takeoff and landing capabilities during wartime. Now we're taking up the excess state. We've got the yellow monoplane, Miles Manchester, trailed by the large Sisbon biplane. To better prepare pilots for monoplane fighters and bombers, because obviously it was more relevant to train the monoplane. This aircraft was quicker than the biplane trains like the Tiger Moth. It was fully aerobatic. It introduced pilots to things like split wing flaps, which then go on to enter this broad construction of things like the Tiger Moth is so well established.
flown in 1932. 4 ailerons and superb aerodynamics, so very, very manoeuvrable. Very advanced features actually on the flying controls for a trainer of its era. More than 2,000 were built. Luftwaffe took more than 1,600 of them. Most of the survivors were actually built outside Germany because the Luftwaffe aircraft was scrapped during or just after the war, principally Sweden, Finland and Argentina. This one was among those sold to these Swedish aircraft. That's the rather heavier machinery flying in the UK, though there is a second. Hopefully we'll be taking to the air before not too long, owned by the same owner as this one. We also put this one through a 5-year restoration, taking more than 3,500 hours. Richard flies it himself as well. He says it's absolutely splendid to fly, agile, harmonised, and very manoeuvrable. And there goes the Bearcat as the third of those big fighters getting airborne in one of our next slots. What would happen in the early part of World War II was that the trainee pilots would spend 8 to 12 weeks at a British-based elementary flying training school. They'd do 50 hours of flying, including 5 hours under the blind flying with on the instruments, 5 hours of navigation exercises, including their first solo cross-country, and at least 25 hours of dual instruction. It'd take them from their initial air experience eventually up to aerobatics. But the Tiger, and indeed the Magister, had some other wartime roles as well. They flew liaison missions with the British Expeditionary Force in France. They flew coastal patrols around the UK's instruments in the war. Bombers, light bombers, in the event of a German invasion to try and ward off the invasion forces. And under the Banquet Light programme, trials were carried out for the Tiger Moths and Magisters as part of that. Tiger Moth also played another wartime role as rocket types for the training types used to train them to this was much more than just a trainer. 7,000 Tigers were built in the UK, in excess of those were turned out during World War II for the RAF, and around 2,000 of them were built by the Morris Motors plant in Oxford. Here come the 2 classic wings Tigers in for a nice break.
Yeah, Julie, only Bearcats allowed on this channel.
Go to the classic wings looking tent up at the western end of the flight line, and they would be delighted to see you. They operate here throughout the summer months. Tigers from Dragon Repeats and the harbour. A lovely way to go flying over Cambridgeshire, especially on days such as this. And a very nice way in which to recall the part these aircraft played, and their instructors, of course, in training so many thousands of frontline pilots during World War II. Two very familiar names from the Duxford Sea flying these aircraft for us today. Two members of flying comrades in the CEO of our Airshow and our head of airfield at Duxford, Tom Turn.
The sun goes over there a bit more. It's quite tricky.
Now, what about this for a change of pace? We're going to see Fury in the lead, a Fury ISS, standing for Iraqi Single Seat, because it's an ex-Iraqi Air Force example. And the P-47D, named Nellie B, following behind, both owned by Fighter Aviation Engineering. The Bearcat, the third aircraft in the formation, one of the earliest members of the Fighter Collections fleet. western end of the airfield is the Bearcat.
Hi Christine Barnes, welcome aboard. I hope you enjoyed it. And come on, let's hit the like button. I'm sure it doesn't hurt.
With a span of 35 feet 1 inch, and a top speed of 420 odd miles an hour. Just too late to see any extensive service during World War II, but it equipped 24 frontline squadrons of the US Navy.
US Navy Bearcats aboard the carrier USS Boxer were sent to defend what was then the Republic of China, now Taiwan, against communist Chinese threats. The French Air Force used them in the Indochina conflict of the 1950s. Just watch this one now for 60 aircraft, an F-8F-2P, a photo reconnaissance version, which has been part of the fleet, became known as the Fighter Collection since 1981. It's in the colours of an aircraft of US Navy Fighter Squadron PF-20 Jokers. Now, as it clears, it runs the P-47D Thunderbolt. Aircraft, of course, with an immense Duxford connection, because the P-47 equipped the 78th Fighter Group of the US 8th Air Force here from 1943 until towards the end of 1944, when conversion to the P-51 Mustang, as you're seeing later, began. One of the heaviest of all single piston-engined, single-seat fighters. Later versions, very long range as well, able to accompany American bombers deep into Germany. Also outstanding as an air-to-ground platform as well, as an air-to-air one. In the months prior to D-Day, P-47s of the US 8th and 9th Air Forces were very active over occupied Europe, attacking Luftwaffe airfields, softening up the German air arm in advance of the Allied invasion of Europe. It's worth recalling that it was 80 years ago, just weeks back, 28th of August 1944, that the 78th Fighter Group, Duxford-based P-47 pilot Major Joseph Myers, was leading a flight of P-47s over Belgium. Here at Duxford for very many years, but it was owned by the Fighter Collection in 2018, back in the ownership of Fighter Aviation. Coming in now from the last class. Operated by the
his head. He made a safe landing and chirping the Saab factory airfield, even though he had blood streaming down his face. Intended to be dive brakes, but they were rarely used in practice. Saab himself developed a bomb tossing device which made it unnecessary to put the aeroplane into a vertical dive. Pilots found that the B-17, the bomber version, rarely reached the speed at which the dive brakes were needed. Of the Swedish Air Force. They had quite a lot of different engines. This one here has a Pratt & Whitney STWC3 of 1,065 horsepower. And when they came into service, the Saab 17s were a very big advance on the aircraft they replaced. The reconnaissance role were delivered to F3 wing of the Swedish Air Force at Melflet in February 1942, and then F2 wing at Hagenäs received them flying maritime reconnaissance and naval cooperation missions. They flew long-range patrols in the Baltic, as well as convoy escorts and anti-submarine patrols. The B-17A bomber model, like this, came into service with F4 wing at Ostersund in 1944. German vessels in the Skagerrak, the strait between the Jutland Peninsula of Denmark, the east coast of Norway and the west coast of Sweden, shot at B-17s of F7 wings and saw past but did no damage. Diving in to the aircraft's final pass.
Blown your eyeballs out yet then, dude?
Yeah.
You have?
Say again?
You haven't blown your eyeballs out then?
There were also occasions when the Saab 17s encountered Allied aeroplanes flying from their base in Kalmar in southern Sweden. B-17s were F-12 wing, escorted various Allied fighters either to turn them away from Swedish airspace or escort them to land. And the aircraft's achievements carried on. Saab 17 was used as Saab's first test bed for their NASA injection seat technology. The frontline aircraft were mainly retired around 1947-48, but some of them were kept on for weather reconnaissance and liaison work. The last wasn't struck off charge by the Swedish Air Force until late 1955. A small number was supplied to a secret unit called the Danish Brigade, which included amongst others Danish airmen who had sought refuge in Sweden, ready to fight against German forces occupying Denmark when the time came. They nearly conducted a mission, an attack on Aalborg Air Base, but
before the war ended, but then the Germans surrendered and the Danish pilots never even got to fly them home. Saab 17 served with Ethiopia in some numbers and saw combat there. They served until the 70s in Ethiopia. The Austrian Air Force and the Finnish Air Force had small numbers. This is the last flying example in the world. It was used as a target tug by the civilian company Aviation in Sweden. It dates from 1943 and had served with F7 wing of the Swedish Air Force before that. It was much later donated to the Swedish Air Force Museum and kept in storage. Then there came the idea of putting it back into flying condition. Saab assisted in that. It took to the air again in June 1997. And we saw it here at Duxford in the 2005 flying
I've noticed, I seem to notice a lot of them that coming round and landed on the hard runway.
Last December, it's been in the hands of the Swedish Air Force Historic Fund, which has a tremendous collection of historic Saab aeroplanes, mostly jets,
well, to me they should.
as far as the Saab machines are concerned, to its name, and it's thanks to that organisation that we see it here this weekend. And there you can get a great look at this enormous undercarriage Herring's Cup dive rates. The Saab B-17A of the Swedish Air Force Historic Flight, an excellent routine from its pilot, Ola Norén. Ex-Swedish Air Force Viggen and Gripen pilot, who's been part of the Swedish Air Force historic flight set up since 1995, helped manage the organisation as well as flying for it. The aircraft over for a couple of appearances in the British Isles. It was on the Jersey International Airspace last week. Here it is back once again to Britain stuff.
There we go, right hand side.
Now, one of 5 squadrons of these aircraft stationed at Coningsby, and here it comes in from the right, the Eurofighter Typhoon FGR-4. When he was 17 years old, he came to Duxford and took a Tiger flight from Classic Wings and stationed at Coningsby alongside number 29 Squadron and numbers 3, 11 and 12 Squadrons, plus number 41 Squadron, which is the test and evaluation squadron. Up at Lossiemouth at the Moray Firth, meanwhile, the numbers 1, 2, 6 and 9 Squadrons. The air defence of the Falkland Islands, one of the many overseas commitments held by the RAF's Typhoon force in recent years. Attack, very nose high barrel roll there, as Turbo then positions the aircraft in for the slow pass, coming towards us at just 110 knots, and of course here, making full use of the digital fly-by-wire system.
aircraft have been very heavily committed also on air-to-ground operations around the world in recent years. Coming in to complete his display with a hopefully spectacular departure, Flight Lieutenant David Turnbull with the RAF Eurofighter Typhoon MGR-4. Demonstrated there the Typhoon's performance in that regard. And we're going to get the 2 Mustangs airborne now before the next item.
Wow. And this one fitted appropriately for a vintage aeroplane.
that was based here during wartime was the Air Fighting Development Unit, which would undertake test and evaluation of new types. Its commanding officer, Ian Campbell-Lord, flew one of the early Edison V-1710 powered North American Mustangs. Now that was an excellent aeroplane in its own right, particularly at low level. Those early conversations bore fruit, and the first Merlin-powered Mustang was the result. Something of a niche, a footnote in combat aircraft history, instead becoming one of the greatest fighters of all time, famed for its long-range bomber escorts. Was, of course, the American automobile manufacturer Packard that conducted Merlin manufacture for production Mustangs, Rolls-Royce being busy turning out Merlins for other applications, Spitfires, Lannisters, Mosquitoes and the like.
Hold down, whatever, just get it done, man. Delete all the staggering ones, you'll probably have a full card again.
Beautifully smooth touchdown there by Nick Smith at the controls of Jersey Joe. Well, now though, we are taking ourselves back to the First World War and a combination of types we have never seen before at a Duxford show. 5 different designs from the 1914-18 conflict. Including one of surely the most precious, all-airworthy historic aeroplanes, the world's only genuine flying First World War bomber.
We should advise you as well that this part of the display will include pyrotechnics, so beware those loud bangs and crashes.
And the first to roll, heading into the air to simulate the sort of spotting sortie that aeroplanes of this type would have conducted over the Western Front, is the World War I Aviation Heritage Trust's Royal Aircraft Factory B-2E magnificent reproduction. Early models of the B-2 family were flew early on to France in 1914, and it was in a B-2B that Second Lieutenant William Rhodes Morehouse of the Royal Flying Corps became the first aerial recipient of the Victoria Cross for his single bomb attack on the railway near Courtrai Station, in which he was fatally wounded. Getting airborne to join it, we have a replica Royal Aircraft Factory SE-5A. Was much criticised, especially its poor manoeuvrability, though it was a stable reconnaissance platform. That's what you see here, the B-2 on a reconnaissance sortie above German lines. The B-2E you see here was supposed to be an improvement. In reality, it was little better. Escorted by the scale SE-5A replica, passes by in front. The H-9 was intended as a strategic bomber, able to take the war to Germany in defiance of the Germans. SE-5A escort coming in for a bomb.
now the Albatross and the Fokker begin to get onto the tail of the DH-9 and the SE-5A. DH-9s could seldom climb to altitude without trouble. The SE-5A was the mount of many famed Royal Air Force aces of the First World War. The likes of Albert Ball, who scored 17 of his 44 victories in SE-5s, Cecil Lewis, Mick Mannock, who was the leading British ace with likely 61 kills, and James McCuffrey, the most decorated Empire ace among them.
Too fast, mate, too fast. Than the more famous Fokker E3 9-decker, DR1 Dreidecker and D7. That said, they still had their troubles, structural problems notably, which weren't even ironed out on the D5A that we see represented by the splendid reproduction from the World War I Aviation Heritage Trust here. By Guy Black and his Retrotech company, who flew again in 2019. And then, like the Albatross, chasing the SE-5A up above, the Fokker DR-1, famous Tiger. Which was 20 examples. Despite the fact that it was superbly agile for turns, right across scale of flight. Last 19 DR1s, most of them launched up in Albatross D2s and D3s. It was, of course, into a triplane. He met again on the 21st of April 1918, shot down near Vaux-sur-Somme. Structural problems that were paid to the triplane in service, and only 10 were left with frontline units by October 1918. By contrast, around 4,800 Albatross scouts of all types were built. Had hoped for in the face of the new threats they were coming up against. Nonetheless, it was a very important aircraft in the conflict. This one in the marking with the number 7 Squadron Royal Flying Corps aircraft, flown by Captain Horace Webb Bowen, who was on bombing and reconnaissance duties, including at the Battle of the Somme. And the DH-9 now parked up next to it from the historic aircraft collection. In comes Paul Ford's SE-5A replica. Will be followed by the World War I Aviation Heritage Trust's Albatross D-5A, another reproduction from the vintage Aviator in New Zealand, built to the highest standards, including its Mercedes D3 engine. And it's painted as the aircraft of Lieutenant Otto Kippenberg, a Bavarian who commanded Jagdstaffel 23B of the Royal Bavarian Flying Corps and scored 20 aerial victories. His operational career was ended when he crashed somewhere camels had been captured by the Germans in late May 1918, and he died a year later in a mountaineering mishap. This aircraft has been in the UK with the World War I Aviation Heritage Trust since 2018, first time we've had it in Duxford, and last to land replica. A scratch build that took more than 5 years to complete. It's finished as one of Manfred von Richthofen's wartime mounts, an aircraft in which he scored 9 of his 80 aerial victories. And the pilots who were doing battle there in our representation of the Western Front of the First World War were Jean-Michel Munn in the B-2E, Clive Denny in the DH-9, Tom Turner in the SE-5A, John Gilbert in the Albatross D-5A, and Paul Ford in his own Fokker triplane. Our thanks to all of them.
Albatross, it might be in line that. Oh, in the D5A, yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's on the one at 10:30 and 1:30.
Those of you guys on the light line will be looking out as we are to watch the start-up of the Spitfires and Hurricanes and the shot that's going to be displayed beforehand and pictures of the passes of the big formation. Pilots now shooting toward the team with the formation leader who's going to be flying Mark 1A Spitfire N3200 line up. moment, is it the only flying aeroplane in the IWM collection. It's a veteran of number 19 Squadron, first squadron to be equipped with operational Spitfires in 1938. That aircraft was built by the Supermarine Factory Edition of the Duxford Big Wing.
His undercarriage ain't gone up.
Is that going to be a gear in? There's going to be a speed
Only me. Maybe they are. I feel sorry for the loan measures.
Well, yeah, they could show me.
Hang on, yeah. But it'll take longer.
There's so many black dots on the horizon.
But now, in Out of the Sun, comes the Hispano Bouchard, our representative, the Messerschmitt Bf 109. officer commanding number 12 group, Trafford Lee Mallory. It was felt that there'd be strength in numbers, I think 7 squadrons flying together from the big wing concept was first used on the 7th of September 1940. There was 242 Canadian and 3 minor Czech squadrons of Americans, number 19 squadron on Spitfires. That was the day German tactics moved away from the attacks on the defences and on to London. The big wing was directed by number 11 group to patrol North Weald. It arrived late, but it played all of them had tribute paid by Prime Minister Winston Churchill in the House of Commons on the 20th of August 1940.
Turning the tide of the world war by their prowess and by their devotion. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few.
Yeah, no, still. I think he was recycled it. Down the flight line this time.
For this one?
Yeah. Oh no, that's vacant.
Hurricanes are going for finals, mate. They've peeled off. Well, they're going to go round and break again, aren't they? Yeah. Put the tiger off. Come on, Hurricanes, don't let us down.
No, you've got it. Cheers, mate.
Long finals, that. Wheels are down.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is the date on which we commemorate Battle of Britain Day, the 15th of September. That date marks a crucial point in the battle. The day on which the Luftwaffe mounted what was the heaviest raids yet on London. And the RAF responded in due force. The 15th of September saw 56 Luftwaffe losses against 28 RAF. It led 2 days later to Hitler postponing his invasion plans. This was how the events of the 15th of September were reported back then.
Here is the midnight news, and this is Aviation RAF. After 10 o'clock, 175 German aircraft have been destroyed in today's raids over this country. Today was the most costly for the German Air Force for nearly a month. In daylight raids, between 350 and 400 enemy aircraft were launched in two attacks against London and Southeast England. About half of them were shot down. It was officially announced by 10 o'clock tonight, 175 raiders were known to have been destroyed by our fighters and anti-aircraft gunners.
Loads of cool stuff.
Right up to the end, right.
Loads.
Down the taxiway.
I didn't know.
Yeah, far they go.
Is that the two-seater? No.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, got it.
the vegetable?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You know that?
Oh, I got it. Very good, yeah.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, can you make call about have you ever seen all like this before?
When you're famous, I should say I'll stupid that time.
Absolutely.
Warbirds aircraft flown by John Gowdy. The two Comanche Fighters Mark 1s flown by Anna Walker and Pete Kinsey. We had the Mark 5 of Comanche Fighters with Steve Goldsmith at the controls. Other Mark 5s from Fighter Aviation Engineering flown by David Worcester. And the Fighter Collection in the hands of Paul Neal. Company were flown by Large S and Charlie Brown. We have the aircraft restoration died in Jennifer Taylor's aircraft. Our thanks to all the pilots and the operators of our 2024 Duxford Big Wing. And we're going to be bringing that Thorpe Hurricane into land very shortly. But that concludes the flying here on opening day of this year's IWF Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow.
And what a great day we've had here. A worthy commemoration of the events of the summer of 1940. Now, there's no need to rush off because the museum remains open until 7 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
So I invite you to take your time to enjoy our exhibitions.
What a wonderful
Entertainment that will continue until 7 o'clock this evening. Now, we've got a big crowd here today, so to reduce your queuing time when you depart this afternoon, for those of you who are parked at the western end of the site, near the Land Warfare Hall, all cars will be turned left when you leave this afternoon. Now, links to the A1, the A10, the A11, the A14 and the M11 in the outskirts of Royston, which is just about 6 miles away. If you're parking in our north car park over the bridge on the other side of the A505, some cars will be turned to the left. If you're taking a shuttle bus out of the site this evening, either to the Cambridge station, or right, click on Covington, Park and right, or the Audience station, the buses depart from outside the visitor centre, which is to the eastern end of the airfield. Exactly, I made a bit of a
Now, of course, this is far from the end of IWF Duxford's season. I believe there will still be tickets tomorrow if you go online available for the second day of this Battle of Britain Airshow if you'd like to return to us. But our final flying event of the season that promises to be a real treat. We've absolutely loved having what basically amounts to a full air show in October once again. Our flying finale, that's the title. It takes place this year on Saturday the 5th of October. Participation list will go up on the website soon. We're looking forward to a spectacular end of season day. Advance tickets only, go to iwf.org.uk for details and how to book.
Fantastic, so hopefully we'll see you at that. And maybe we'll see you back here tomorrow for day 2 of our Battle of Britain air display. Ben, it's been a great day.
It certainly has, and above all, thank you to all of you for coming and making it such a great day with us. Hope you've had a lovely day and a safe journey home. And thanks to all the pilots, ground crew, technicians, organisers who have made it possible, because believe me, this does not just come together on the day.
No, it certainly does not. So.
Well, thank you everybody in the chat box. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Thanks to the admins and all the people would, keep, everybody who keeps egg custard in check, to be quite honest. It's much appreciated. The next stream could well be, I'd like to do a 4K live stream. And I'm going to try do that from Elvington, probably a model aircraft event in a couple of weeks' time. That will be a Sunday. It's a Jet Models Association, so there will be a lot of the exotic model jets out there, very expensive jobs, and it should be good. But I shall leave the chat comments running for another 10 minutes or so, and enjoy yourself. I'll just start tidying the kitchen up where I'm currently residing. There's quite a few half-empty drinks cans and stuff in the vicinity, and I shall catch up with you very shortly. Let's see if it give us a half decent still frame to look at.
Good afternoon in Pro.
Yeah, again, thank you very much everybody, and we shall see you at the next stream. Obviously do check out the YouTube channel from time to time for any updates, and the Facebook group. Yep, see you later. Yep, bye for now.